that the old woman charged the king's son, saying, I will let thee know 2 days beforehand of the king's daughter going down to the garden, do thou hide thee in some place or other, and, when thou espiest her, come forth and show thyself to her. When she seeth thee, she will fall in love with thee, for thou art fair to look upon and love covereth all things. So keep thine eyes cool and clear. 278 And be of good cheer, O my son, for needs must I bring about union between thee and her. The young prince kissed her hand and thanked her and gave her 3 pieces of Alexandrian silk and 3 of satin of various colors, and with each piece, linen for shifts and stuff for trousers and a kerchief for the turband and fine white cotton cloth of Baalbak for the linings, so as to make her 6 complete suits, each handsomer than its sister. Moreover, he gave her a purse containing 600 gold pieces and said to her, This is for the tailoring. She took the whole and said to him, O my son, art thou not pleased to acquaint me with thine abiding place, and I also will show thee the way to my lodging? Yes, answered he, and sent a Mameluke with her to note her home and show her his own house. Then he rose and bidding his slaves shut the shop, went back to the wazir, to whom he related all that had passed between him and the old woman, from first to last. Quoth the minister, O my son, should the princess Hayat al-Nufus come out and look upon thee and thou find no favor with her, what wilt thou do? Quoth Ardashir, there will be nothing left but to pass from words to deeds and risk my life with her, for I will snatch her up from amongst her attendants and set her behind me on a swift horse and make for the wildest of the wold. If I escape, I shall have won my wish, and if I perish, I shall be at rest from this hateful life. Rejoined the minister, O my son, dost thou think to do this thing and live? How shall we make our escape, seeing that our country is far distant, and how wilt thou deal thus with a king of the kings of the age, who hath under his hand 100,000 horse, nor can we be sure but that he will dispatch some of his troops to cut off our way? Verily, there is no good in this project which no wise man would attempt. Asked Ardashir, and how then shall we do, O wazir of good counsel? For unless I win her I am a dead man without a chance. The minister answered, Wait till tomorrow, when we will visit this garden and note its condition and see what betideth us with the caretaker. So when the morning morrowed they took 1,000 dinars in a poke and, repairing to the garden, found it compassed about with high walls and strong, rich in trees and rilful leaves and goodly fruit eries. And indeed its flowers breathed perfume and its birds warbled amid the bloom as it were a garden of the gardens of paradise. Within the door sat a sheikh, an old man on a stone bench, and they saluted him. When he saw them and noted the fairness of their favor, he rose to his feet after returning their salute, and said, O my lords, perchance ye have a wish which we may have the honor of satisfying. Replied the wazir, No, O elder, that we are strangers and the heat hath overcome us, our lodging is afar off at the other end of the city, so we desire of thy courtesy that thou take these 2 dinars and buy us somewhat of proviand and open us meanwhile the door of this flower garden and seat us in some shaded place, where there is cold water, that we may cool ourselves there, against thou return with the provision, when we will eat, and thou with us, and then, rested and refreshed, we shall wend our ways. So saying, he pulled out of his pouch a couple of dinars and put them into the keeper's hand. Now this caretaker was a man aged 70, who had never in all his life possessed so much money, so, when he saw the 2 dinars in his hand, he was like to fly for joy, and rising forthwith opened the garden gate to the prince and the wazir, and made them enter and sit down under a wide-spreading, fruit-laden, shade-affording tree, saying, Sit ye here and go no further into the garden, for it hath a privy door communicating with the palace of the princess Hayat al-Nufus. They replied, We will not stir hence. Whereupon he went out to buy what they had ordered and returned after a while, with the porter bearing on his head a roasted lamb and bread. They ate and drank together and talked a while, till, presently, the wazir, looking about him in all corners right and left, caught sight of a lofty pavilion at the farther end of the garden, but it was old and the plaster was peeled from its walls and its buttresses were broken down. So he said to the gardener, "O Sheikh, is this garden thine own or dost thou hire it?" And he replied, "I am neither owner nor tenant of the garden, only its caretaker." Asked the minister, "And what is thy wage?" Whereto the old man answered, "A dinar a month." And quoth the wazir, "Verily they wrong thee, especially an thou have a family." Quoth the elder, "By Allah, O my lord, I have 8 children." And the wazir broke in, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Thou makest me bear thy grief, my poor fellow. What wouldst thou say of him who should do thee a good turn, on account of this family of thine?" Replied the old man, "O my lord, whatsoever good thou dost shall be garnered up for thee with God the Most High." Thereupon said the wazir, "O Sheikh, thou knowest this garden of thine to be a goodly place, but the pavilion yonder is old and ruinous. Now I mean to repair it and stucco it anew and paint it handsomely, so that it will be the finest thing in the garth, and when the owner comes and finds the pavilion restored and beautified, he will not fail to question thee concerning it. Then do thou say, O my lord, at great expense I set it in repair, for that I saw it in ruins and none could make use of it nor could anyone sit therein." If he says, "Whence hadst thou the money for this?" reply, "I spent of my own money upon the stucco, thereby thinking to whiten my face with thee and hoping for thy bounties. And needs must he recompense thee fairly over the extent of thine expenses. Tomorrow I will bring builders and plasterers and painters to repair this pavilion and will give thee what I promised thee." Then he pulled out of his poke a purse of 500 dinars and gave it to the gardener, saying, "Take these gold pieces and expend them upon thy family and let them pray for me and for this my son." Thereupon the prince asked the wazir, "What is the meaning of all this?" And he answered, "Thou shalt presently see the issue thereof." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 726th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir gave 500 ducats to the old gardener, saying, 'Take these gold pieces and expend them upon thy family and let them pray for this my son,' the old man looked at the gold and his wits fled, so he fell down at the wazir's feet, kissing them and invoking blessings on him and his son, and when they went away, he said to them, 'I shall expect you tomorrow, for by Allah Almighty, there must be no parting between us, night or day.' Next morning the wazir went to the prince's shop and sent for the syndic of the builders, then he carried him and his men to the garth, where the gardener rejoiced in their sight. He gave them the price of rations 279 and what was needful to the workmen for the restoration of the pavilion, and they repaired it and stuccoed it and decorated it. Then said the minister to the painters, "Hark ye, my masters, listen to my words and apprehend my wish and my aim. Know that I have a garden like this, where I was sleeping one night among the nights and saw in a dream a fowler set up nets and sprinkle corn thereabout. The birds flocked to pick up the grain, and a cock-bird fell into the net, whereupon the others took fright and flew away, and amongst the rest his mate, but, after a while, she returned alone and picked at the mesh that held his feet, till she set him free and they flew away together. Now the fowler had fallen asleep and, when he awoke, he found the net empty, so he mended it and strewing fresh grain sat down afar off, waiting for game to fall into that snare. Presently the birds assembled again to pick up the grains, and amongst the rest the 2 pigeons. By and by, the hen bird fell into the net, when all the other birds took fright at her and flew away, and her husband flew with them and did not return, whereupon the fowler came up and taking the quarry, cut her throat. Now, when her mate flew away with the others, a bird of raven seized him and slew him and ate his flesh and drank his blood, and I would have you portray me the presentment of this my dream, even as I have related it to you, in the liveliest colors, laying the fair scene in this rare garden, with its walls and trees and rills, and dwell especially on the fowler and the falcon. If ye do this I have set forth to you and the work please me, I will give you what shall gladden your hearts, over and above your wage. The painters, hearing these words, applied themselves with all diligence to do what he required of them and wrought it out in masterly style, and when they had made an end of the work, they showed it to the wazir who, seeing his so-called dream set forth as it was 280 was pleased and thanked them and rewarded them munificently. Presently, the prince came in, according to his custom, and entered the pavilion, unweeting what the wazir had done. So when he saw the portraiture of the fowler and the birds and the net and beheld the male pigeon in the clutches of the hawk, which had slain him and was drinking his blood and eating his flesh, his understanding was confounded and he returned to the minister and said, O wazir of good counsel, I have seen this day a marvel which, were it graven with needle gravers on the eye corners would be a warner to whoso will be warned. Asked the minister, and what is that, O my lord? And the prince answered, Did I not tell thee of the dream the princess had and how it was the cause of her hatred for men? Yes, replied the wazir, and Ardashir rejoined, By Allah, O minister, I have seen the whole dream portrayed in painting, as I had eyed it with mine own eyes, but I found therein a circumstance which was hidden from the princess, so that she saw it not, and 'tis upon this that I rely for the winning of my wish. Quoth the wazir, and what is that, O my son? And quoth the prince, I saw that, when the male bird flew away, and, leaving his mate entangled in the net, failed to return and save her, a falcon pounced on him and slaying him, ate his flesh and drank his blood. Would to heaven the princess had seen the whole of the dream and had beheld the cause of his failure to return and rescue her. Replied the wazir, By Allah, O auspicious king, this is indeed a rare thing and a wonderful. And the king's son ceased not to marvel at the picture and lament that the king's daughter had not beheld the dream to its end, saying in himself, would she had seen it to the last or might see the whole over again, though but in the imbroglio of sleep. Then quoth the wazir to him, Thou saidst to me why wilt thou repair the pavilion, and I replied thou shalt presently see the issue thereof. And behold, now its issue thou seest, for it was I did this deed and bade the painters portray the princess's dream thus and paint the male bird in the pounces of the falcon which eateth his flesh and drinketh his blood, so that when she cometh to the pavilion, she will behold her dream depicted and see how the cock-pigeon was slain and excuse him and turn from her hate for men. When the prince heard the wazir's words, he kissed his hands and thanked him, saying, Verily, the like of thee is fit to be minister to the most mighty king, and, by Allah, an I win my wish and return to my sire, rejoicing, I will assuredly acquaint him with this, that he may redouble in honoring thee and advance thee in dignity and hearken to thine every word. So the wazir kissed his hand and they both went to the old gardener and said, Look at yonder pavilion and see how fine it is. And he replied, This is all of your happy thought. Then said they, O elder, when the owners of the place question thee concerning the restoration of the pavilion, say thou 'twas I did it of my own monies, to the intent that there may betide thee fair favor and good fortune. He said, I hear and I obey, and the prince continued to pay him frequent visits. Such was the case with the prince and the wazir, but as regards Hayat al-Nufus, when she ceased to receive the prince's letters and messages and when the old woman was absent from her, she rejoiced with joy exceeding and concluded that the young man had returned to his own country. One day, there came to her a covered tray from her father, so she uncovered it and finding therein fine fruits, asked her waiting women, Is the season of these fruits come? Answered they, Yes. Thereupon she cried, would we might make ready to take our pleasure in the flower garden. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 727th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the princess, after receiving the fruit from her sire, asked, is the season of these fruits set in? And they answered, yes. Thereupon she cried, would we might make ready to take our pleasure in the flower garden. O my lady, they replied, thou sayest well, and by Allah, we also long for the garden. So she inquired, how shall we do, seeing that every year it is none save my nurse who taketh us to walk in the garden and who pointeth out to us the various trees and plants, and I have beaten her and forbidden her from me. Indeed, I repent me of what was done by me to her, for that, in any case, she is my nurse and hath over me the right of fosterage. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. When her handmaids heard this, they all sprang up, and, kissing the ground between her hands, exclaimed, Allah upon thee, O my lady, do thou pardon her and bid her to the presence. And quoth she, by Allah, I am resolved upon this, but which of you will go to her, for I have prepared her a splendid robe of honor. Hereupon two damsels came forward, by name Bulbul and Sawad al-Ain, who were comely and graceful and the principals among the princess's women, and her favorites. And they said, we will go to her, O king's daughter, and she said, do what seemeth good to you. So they went to the house of the nurse and knocked at the door and entered, and she, recognizing the twain, received them with open arms and welcomed them. When they had sat a while with her, they said to her, O nurse, the princess pardoneth thee and desireth to take thee back into favor. She replied, this may never be, though I drink the cup of ruin. Hast thou forgotten how she put me to shame before those who love me and those who hate me, when my clothes were dyed with my blood and I well nigh died for stress of beating, and after this they dragged me forth by the feet, like a dead dog, and cast me without the door? So by Allah, I will never return to her nor fill my eyes with her sight. Quoth the two girls, disappoint not our pains in coming to thee nor send us away unsuccessful. Where is thy courtesy, Yuswords? Think but who it is that cometh in to visit thee, canst thou wish for any higher of standing than we with the king's daughter? She replied, I take refuge with Allah, well I wot that my station is less than yours, were it not that the princess's favor exalted me above all her women, so that, were I wroth with the greatest of them, she had died in her skin of fright. They rejoined, all is as it was and naught is in any wise changed. Indeed, 'tis better than before, for the princess humbleth herself to thee and seek the reconciliation without intermediary. Said the old woman, by Allah, were it not for your presence and intercession with me, I had never returned to her, no, not though she had commanded to slay me. They thanked her for this and she rose and dressing herself accompanied them to the palace. Now when the king's daughter saw her, she sprang to her feet in honor, and the old woman said, Allah! Allah! O king's daughter, say me, whose was the fault, mine or thine? Hayat al-Nufus replied, the fault was mine, and 'tis thine to pardon and forgive. By Allah, O my nurse, thy rank is high with me and thou hast over me the right of fosterage, but thou knowest that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath allotted to His creatures four things, disposition, life, daily bread, and death, nor is it in man's power to avert that which is decreed. Verily, I was beside myself and could not recover my senses, but, O my nurse, I repent of what deed I did. With this, the crone's anger ceased from her and she rose and kissed the ground before the princess, who called for a costly robe of honor and threw it over her, whereat she rejoiced with exceeding joy in the presence of the princess's slaves and women. When all ended thus happily, Hayat al-Nufus said to the old woman, "O my nurse, how go the fruits and growths of our garth?" And she replied, "O my lady, I see excellent fruits in the town, but I will inquire of this matter and return thee an answer this very day." Then she withdrew, honored with all honor, and betook herself to Ardashir, who received her with open arms and embraced her and rejoiced in her coming, for that he had expected her long and longingly. She told him all that had passed between herself and the princess, and how her mistress was minded to go down into the garden on such a day, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 728th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman betook herself to the prince and told him all that had passed between herself and the princess Hayat al-Nufus, and how her mistress was minded to go down into the garden on such a day, and said to him, "Hast thou done as I bade thee with the warder of the garden, and hast thou made him taste of thy bounties?" He replied, "Yes, and the oldster is become my good friend, my way is his way, and he would well I had need of him." Then he told her all that had happened, and of the dream paintings which the wazir had caused to be limned in the pavilion, especially of the fowler, the net and the falcon, whereat she joyed with great joy and said, "Allah upon thee, do thou set thy minister midmost thy heart, for this that he hath done pointeth to the keenness of his wit, and he hath helped thee to the winning thy wish. So rise forthright, O my son, and go to the hammam bath and don thy daintiest dress, wherein may be our success. Then fare thou to the gardener and make shift to pass the night in the garden, for though he should give the earth full of gold, none may win to pass into it, whilst the king's daughter is therein. When thou hast entered, hide thee where no eye may espy thee, and keep concealed till thou hear me cry, O thou whose boons are hidden, save us from that we fear. Then come forth from thine ambush and walk among the trees, and show thy beauty and loveliness which put the moons to shame, to the intent that Princess Hayat al-Nufus may see thee, and that her heart and soul may be filled with love of thee, so shalt thou attain to thy wish and thy grief be gone." "To hear is to obey," replied the young prince, and gave her a purse of 1,000 dinars, which she took and went away. Thereupon Ardashir fared straight for the bath and washed, after which he arrayed himself in the richest of robes of the apparel of the kings of the Chosroes, and girt his middle with a girdle wherein were conjoined all manner precious stones, and donned a turband inwoven with red gold and purfled with pearls and gems. His cheeks shone rosy red, and his lips were scarlet, his eyelids like the gazelle's wantoned, like a wine struck white in his gait he swayed, beauty and loveliness garbed him, and his shape shamed the bowing of the bow. Then he put in his pocket a purse containing 1,000 dinars, and, repairing to the flower garden, knocked at the door. The gardener opened to him, and rejoicing with great joy salamied to him in most worshipful fashion. Then, observing that his face was overcast, he asked him how he did. The king's son answered, "Know, O elder, that I am dear to my father, and he never laid his hand on me till this day, when words arose between us, and he abused me and smote me on the face and struck me with his staff and drave me away. Now I have no friend to turn to, and I fear the perfidy of fortune, for thou knowest that the wrath of parents is no light thing. Wherefore I come to thee, O uncle, seeing that to my father thou art known, and I desire of thy favor that thou suffer me abide in the garden till the end of the day, or pass the night there, till Allah grant good understanding between myself and my sire." When the old man heard these words, he was concerned anent what had occurred, and said, "O my lord, dost thou give me leave to go to thy sire and be the means of reconciliation between thee and him?" Replied Ardashir, "O uncle, thou must know that my father is of impatient nature, and irascible, so when thou proffer him reconciliation in his heat of temper, he will make thee no answer, but when a day or two shall have passed, his heat will soften. Then go thou in to him, and thereupon he will relent." "Hearkening and obedience," quoth the gardener, But, O my lord, do thou come with me to my house, where thou shalt night with my children and my family, and none shall reproach this to us. Quoth Ardashir, O uncle, I must be alone when I am angry. 281 The old man said, It irketh me that thou shouldst lie solitary in the garden, when I have a house. But Ardashir said, O uncle, I have an aim in this, that the trouble of my mind may be dispelled from me, and I know that in this lies the means of regaining his favor and softening his heart to me. Rejoined the gardener, I will fetch thee a carpet to sleep on and a coverlet wherewith to cover thee. And the prince said, There is no harm in that, O uncle. So the keeper rose and opened the garden to him, and brought him the carpet and coverlet, knowing not that the king's daughter was minded to visit the garth. On this wise fared it with the prince, but as regards the nurse, she returned to the princess and told her that the fruits were kindly ripe on the garden trees, whereupon she said, O my nurse, go down with me tomorrow into the garden, that we may walk about in it and take our pleasure inshallah, and send meanwhile to the gardener, to let him know what we purpose. So she sent to the gardener to say the princess will visit the parterre tomorrow, so leave neither water carriers nor tree tenders therein, nor let one of Allah's creatures enter the garth. When word came to him, he set his waterways and channels in order and, going to Ardashir, said to him, O my lord, the king's daughter is mistress of this garden, and I have only to crave thy pardon, for the place is thy place and I live only in thy favors, except that my tongue is under thy feet. 282 I must tell thee that the princess Hayat al-Nufus hath a mind to visit it tomorrow at the first of the day, and hath bidden me leave none therein who might look upon her. So I would have thee of thy favor go forth of the garden this day, for the queen will abide only in it till the time of mid-afternoon prayer, and after it shall be at thy service for nights and fortnights, months, and years. Ardashir asked, O elder, haply we have caused thee some mishap, and the other answered, By Allah, O my lord, naught hath betided me from thee but honor. Rejoined the prince, An it be so, nothing but all good shall befall thee through us, for I will hide in the garden and none shall espy me, till the king's daughter hath gone back to her palace. Said the gardener, O my lord, and she espy the shadow of a man in the garden or any of Allah's male creatures, she will strike off my head. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 729th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the gardener said to the prince, And the king's daughter espy the shadow of a man in her garden, she will strike off my head, the youth replied, Have no fear, I will on no wise let any see me. But doubtless today thou lackest of spending money for thy family. Then he put his hand to his purse and pulled out 500 ducats, which he gave to him, saying, Take this gold and lay it out on thy family, that thy heart may be at ease concerning them. When the sheikh looked upon the gold, his life seemed a light thing to him. 283 And he suffered the prince to tarry where he was, charging him straitly not to show himself in the garden. Then he left him loitering about. Meanwhile, when the eunuchs went in to the princess at break of day, she bade open the private wicket leading from the palace to the parterres, and donned a royal robe, embroidered with pearls and jewels and gems, over a shift of fine silk purfled with rubies. Under the whole was that which tongue refused to explain, whereat was confounded the brain, and whose love would embrave the craven's strain. On her head she set a crown of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and she tripped in pattens of cloth of gold, embroidered with fresh pearls. 284 And adorned with all manner precious stones. Then she put her hand upon the old woman's shoulder and commanded to go forth by the privy door, but the nurse looked at the garden and, seeing it full of eunuchs and handmaids walking about, eating the fruits and troubling the streams and taking their ease of sport and pleasure in the water, said to the princess, O my lady, is this a garden or a madhouse? Quoth the princess, What meaneth thy speech, O nurse? And quoth the old woman, Verily the garden is full of slave girls and eunuchs, eating of the fruits and troubling the streams and scaring the birds and hindering us from taking our ease and sporting and laughing and what not else, and thou hast no need of them. Wert thou going forth of thy palace into the highway, this would be fitting, as an honor and award to thee, but, now, O my lady, thou goest forth of the wicket into the garden, where none of Almighty Allah's creatures may look on thee. Rejoined the princess, By Allah, O nurse mine, thou sayest sooth. But how shall we do? And the old woman said, Bid the eunuchs send them all away and keep only 2 of the slave girls, that we may make merry with them. So she dismissed them all, with the exception of 2 of her handmaids who were most in favor with her. But when the old woman saw that her heart was light and that the season was pleasant to her, she said to her, Now we can enjoy ourselves aright, so up and let us take our pleasance in the garden. The princess put her hand upon her shoulder and went out by the private door. The 2 waiting women walked in front and she followed them, laughing at them and swaying gracefully to and fro in her ample robes, whilst the nurse forewent her, showing her the trees and feeding her with fruits, and so they fared on from place to place, till they came to the pavilion, which when the king's daughter beheld and saw that it had been restored, she asked the old woman, O my nurse, seest thou yonder pavilion? It hath been repaired and its walls whitened. She answered, By Allah, O my lady, I heard say that the keeper of the garden had taken stuffs of a company of merchants and sold them and bought bricks and lime and plaster and stones and so forth with the price, so I asked him what he had done with all this, and he said I have repaired the pavilion which lay in ruins, presently adding, and when the merchants sought their due of me, I said to them, Wait till the princess visit the garden and see the repairs and they satisfy her, then will I take of her what she is pleased to bestow on me, and pay you what is your due. Quoth I, What moved thee to do this thing? And quoth he, I saw the pavilion in ruins, the coins thrown down and the stucco peeled from the walls, and none had the grace to repair it, so I borrowed the coin on my own account and restored the place, and I trust in the king's daughter to deal with me as befiteth her dignity. I said, The princess is all goodness and generosity and will no doubt requite thee. And he did all this but in hopes of thy bounty. Replied the princess, By Allah, he hath dealt nobly in rebuilding it and hath done the deed of generous men. Call me my purse-keeperess. The old woman accordingly fetched the purse-keeperess, whom the princess bade give the gardener 2,000 dinars, whereupon the nurse sent to him, bidding him to the presence of the king's daughter. But when the messenger said to him, Obey the queen's order, the gardener felt feeble and, trembling in every joint, said in himself, Doubtless, the princess hath seen the young man, and this day will be the most unlucky of days for me. So he went home and told his wife and children what had happened and gave them his last charges and farewelled them, while they wept for and with him. Then he presented himself before the princess, with a face the color of turmeric and ready to fall flat at full length. The old woman remarked his plight and hastened to forestall him, saying, O Sheikh, kiss the earth in thanksgiving to Almighty Allah and be constant in prayer to him for the princess. I told her what thou didst in the matter of repairing the ruined pavilion, and she rejoiceth in this and bestoweth on thee 2,000 dinars in requital of thy pains, so take them from the purse-keeperess and kiss the earth before the king's daughter and bless her and wend thy way. Hearing these words he took the gold and kissed the ground before Hayat al-Nufus, calling down blessings on her. Then he returned to his house, and his family rejoiced in him and blessed him. 285 Who had been the prime cause of this business. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 730th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the caretaker took the 2,000 ducats from the princess and returned to his house, all his family rejoiced in him and blessed him who had been the prime cause of this business. Thus it fared with these, but as regards the old woman, she said to the princess, O my lady, this is indeed become a fine place. Never saw I a purer white than its plastering nor properer than its painting. I wonder if he have also repaired it within, else hath he made the outside white and left the inside black. Come, let us enter and inspect. So they went in, the nurse preceding, and found the interior painted and gilded in the goodliest way. The princess looked right and left, till she came to the upper end of the estrada, when she fixed her eyes upon the wall and gazed long and earnestly thereat, whereupon the old woman knew that her glance had lighted on the presentment of her dream and took the two waiting women away with her, that they might not divert her mind. When the king's daughter had made an end of examining the painting, she turned to the old woman, wondering and beating hand on hand, and said to her, O my nurse, come, see a wondrous thing which were it graven with needle gravers on the eye corners would be a warner to whoso will be warned. She replied, And what is that, O my lady? When the princess rejoined, Go, look at the upper end of the estrada, and tell me what thou seest there. So she went up and considered the dream drawing, then she came down, wondering, and said, By Allah, O my lady, here is depicted the garden and the fowler and his net and the birds and all thou sawest in thy dream, and verily, nothing but urgent need withheld the male pigeon from returning to free his mate after he had fled her, for I see him in the talons of a bird of raven which hath slaughtered him and is drinking his blood and rending his flesh and eating it, and this, O my lady, caused his tarrying to return and rescue her from the net. But, O my mistress, the wonder is how thy dream came to be thus depicted, for, wert thou minded to set it forth in painture, thou hadst not availed to portray it. By Allah, this is a marvel which should be recorded in histories. Surely, O my lady, the angels appointed to attend upon the sons of Adam, knew that the cock-pigeon was wronged of us, because we blamed him for deserting his mate, so they embraced his cause and made manifest his excuse, and now for the first time we see him in the hawk's pounces a dead bird. Quoth the princess, O my nurse, verily, fate and fortune had course against this bird, and we did him wrong. Quoth the nurse, O my mistress, foes shall meet before Allah the Most High, but, O my lady, verily, the truth hath been made manifest and the male pigeon's excuse certified to us, for had the hawk not seized him and drunk his blood and rent his flesh he had not held aloof from his mate, but had returned to her, and set her free from the net, but against death there is no recourse, nor, O my lady, is there aught in the world more tenderly solicitous than the male for the female, among all creatures which Almighty Allah hath created. And especially 'tis thus with man, for he starveth himself to feed his wife, strippeth himself to clothe her, angereth his family to please her and disobeyeth and denieth his parents to endow her. She knoweth his secrets and concealeth them and she cannot endure from him a single hour 286 and he be absent from her one night, her eyes sleep not, nor is there a dearer to her than he, she loveth him more than her parents and they lie down to sleep in each other's arms, with his hand under her neck and her hand under his neck, even as saith the poet I made my wrist her pillow and I lay with her in litter, and I said to night be long, while the full moon showed glitter, ah me, it was a night, Allah never made its like, whose first was sweetest sweet and whose last was bitterest bitter, 287 Then he kisseth her and she kisseth him, and I have heard of a certain king that, when his wife fell sick and died, he buried himself alive with her, submitting himself to death, for the love of her and the strait companionship which was between them. Moreover, a certain king sickened and died, and when they were about to bury him, his wife said to her people, Let me bury myself alive with him, else will I slay myself and my blood shall be on your heads. So, when they saw she would not be turned from this thing, they left her, and she cast herself into the grave with her dead husband, of the greatness of her love and tenderness for him. And the old woman ceased not to ply the princess with anecdotes of conjugal love between men and women, till there ceased that which was in her heart of hatred for the sex masculine, and when she felt that she had succeeded in renewing in her the natural inclination of woman to man, she said to her, "'Tis time to go and walk in the garden." So they fared forth from the pavilion and paced among the trees. Presently the prince chanced to turn and his eyes fell on Hayat al-Nufus, and when he saw the symmetry of her shape and the rosy clearness of her cheeks and the blackness of her eyes and her exceeding grace and her passing loveliness and her excelling beauty and her prevailing elegance and her abounding perfection, his reason was confounded and he could not take his eyes off her. Passion annihilated his right judgment and love overpassed all limits in him, his vitals were occupied with her service and his heart was aflame with the fire of rapine, so that he swooned away and fell to the ground. When he came to himself, she had passed from his sight and was hidden from him among the trees, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 731st night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Prince Ardashir, who lay hid in the garden, saw the princess and her nurse walking amongst the trees, he swooned away for very love-longing. When he came to himself, Hayat al-Nufus had passed from his sight and was hidden from him among the trees, so he sighed from his heart core and improvised these couplets: Whenas mine eyes behold her loveliness, my heart is torn with love's own ecstasy. I wake o'erthrown, cast down on face of earth, nor can the princess 288 my sore torment see. She turned and ravished this sad love-thralled sprite, mercy, by Allah, ruth, nay, sympathy. O Lord, afford me union, deign thou soothe my soul, ere grave niche house this course of me, I'll kiss her 10 times, and times 10 for lover's wasted cheek the kisses be. The old woman ceased not to lead the princess a pleasuring about the garden, till they reached the place where the prince lay ambushed, when, behold, she said, O thou whose bounties are hidden, vouchsafe us assurance from that we fear. The king's son, hearing the signal, left his lurking place and, surprised by the summons, walked among the trees, swaying to and fro with a proud and graceful gait and a shape that shamed the branches. His brow was crowned with pearly drops and his cheeks red as the afterglow, extolled be Allah the Almighty in that he hath created. When the king's daughter caught sight of him, she gazed a long while on him and noticed his beauty and grace and loveliness and his eyes that wantoned like the gazelle's, and his shape that outvied the branches of the myrobalan, wherefore her wits were confounded and her soul captivated and her heart transfixed with the arrows of his glosses. Then she said to the old woman, O my nurse, whence came yonder handsome youth? And the nurse asked, Where is he, O my lady? There he is, answered Hayat al-Nufus, near hand, among the trees. The old woman turned right and left, as if she knew not of his presence, and cried, And pray, who can have taught this youth the way into this garden? Quoth Hayat al-Nufus, Who shall give us news of the young man? Glory be to him who created men. But say me, dost thou know him, O my nurse? Quoth the old woman, O my lady, he is the young merchant who rode to thee by me. The princess, and indeed she was drowned in the sea of her desire and the fire of her passion and love-longing, broke out, O my nurse, how goodly is this youth! Indeed he is fair of favor. Methinks, there is not on the face of earth a goodlier than he. Now when the old woman was assured that the love of him had gotten possession of the princess, she said to her, Did I not tell thee, O my lady, that he was a comely youth with a beaming favor? Replied Hayat al-Nufus, O my nurse, king's daughters know not the ways of the world nor the manners of those that be therein, for that they company with none, neither give they nor take they. O my nurse, How shall I do to bring about a meeting and present myself to him, and what shall I say to him and what will he say to me? Said the old woman, what device is left me? Indeed, we were confounded in this matter by thy behavior. And the princess said, O my nurse, know thou that if any ever died of passion, I shall do so, and behold, I look for nothing but death on the spot by reason of the fire of my love longing. When the old woman heard her words and saw the transport of her desire for him, she answered, O my lady, now as for his coming to thee, there is no way thereto, and indeed thou art excused from going to him, because of thy tender age, but rise with me and follow me. I will accost him, so shalt thou not be put to shame, and in the twinkling of an eye affection shall ensue between you. The king's daughter cried, Go thou before me, for the decree of Allah may not be rejected. Accordingly they went up to the place where Ardashir sat, as he were the full moon at its fullest, and the old woman said to him, See, O youth, who is present before thee? 'Tis the daughter of our king of the age, Hayat al-Nufus. Bethink thee of her rank and appreciate the honor she doth thee in coming to thee, and rise out of respect for her and stand before her. The prince sprang to his feet in an instant and his eyes met her eyes, whereupon they both became as they were drunken without wine. Then the love of him and desire redoubled upon the princess, and she opened her arms and he his, and they embraced, but love longing and passion overcame them and they swooned away and fell to the ground and lay a long while without sense. The old woman, fearing scandalous exposure, carried them both into the pavilion, and, sitting down at the door, said to the two waiting women, Seize the occasion to take your pleasure in the garden, for the princess sleepeth. So they returned to their diversion. Presently the lovers revived from their swoon and found themselves in the pavilion, whereat quoth the prince, Allah upon thee, O princess of fair ones, is this vision or sleep illusion? Then the twain embraced and intoxicated themselves without wine, complaining each to other of the anguish of passion, and the prince improvised these couplets: Sun riseth sheen from her brilliant brow, and her cheek shows the rosiest afterglow, and when both appear to the looker on, the skyline star ne'er for shame will show, and the laven flash from those smiling lips, morn breaks and the rays dusk and gloom o'erthrow. And when with her graceful shape she sways, droops leafiest ban tree 289 for envy low, me her sight suffices, naught crave I more, lord of men and morn, be her guard from foe. The full moon borrows a part of her charms, the sun would rival but fails his low. Whence could soul aspire to that bending grace? Whence should Luna see such wit and such mind gifts know? Who shall blame me for being all love to her? Twixt accord and discord I doom to woe, 'tis she won my heart with those forms that bend. What shall lover's heart from such charms defend? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 732nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the prince had made an end of his verses, the princess strained him to her bosom and kissed him on the mouth and between the eyes, whereupon his soul returned to him and he fell to complaining to her of that he had endured for stress of love and tyranny of longing and excess of transport and distraction, and all he had suffered for the hardness of her heart. Hearing those words she kissed his hands and feet and bared her head 290, whereupon the gloom gathered and the full moons dawned therein. Then said she to him, O my beloved and term of all my wishes, would the day of estrangement had never been, and Allah grant it may never return between us. And they embraced and wept together, whilst she recited these couplets: O who shamest the moon and the sunny glow, thou whose slaughtering tyranny lays me low, with the sword of a look thou hast shorn my heart, how escaped thy sword glance fatal of blow? Thus eke are thine eyebrows above that shot my bosom with shafts of fiercest low, from thy cheeks rich crop cometh paradise, how, then, shall my heart the rich crop forego? Thy graceful shape is a blooming branch, and shall pluck the fruits who shall bear that bough. Perforce thou drawest me, robb'st my sleep, in thy love I strip me and shameless show. 291 Allah lend thee the rays of most righteous light, draw the farthest near and a tryst bestow, then have ruth on the vitals thy love hath seared, and the heart that flies to thy side the moe. And when she ended her recitation, passion overcame her and she was distraught for love and wept copious tears, rain like streaming down. This burnt the prince's heart and he in turn became troubled and distracted for love of her. So he drew nearer to her and kissed her hands and wept with sore weeping, and they ceased not from lover reproaches and converse and verifying, until the call to mid-afternoon prayer, nor was there aught between them other than this, when they bethought them of parting, and she said to him, O light of mine eyes and core of my heart, the time of severance has come between us twain, when shall we meet again? By Allah, replied he, and indeed her words shot him as with shafts, to mention of parting I am never fain. Then she went forth of the pavilion, and he turned and saw her sighing sighs would melt the rock and weeping shower like tears, whereupon he for love was sunken in the sea of desolation and improvised these couplets. O my heart's desire, grows my misery from the stress of love, and what cure for me? By thy face, like dawn when it lights the dark, and thy hair whose hue beareth night tide's blee, and thy form like the branch which in grace inclines to zephyrs. 292 breath blowing fain and free, by the glance of thine eyes like the fawn's soft gaze, when she views pursuer of high degree, and thy waist down borne by the weight of hips, these so heavy and that lacking gravity, by the wine of thy lip dew, the sweetest of drink, fresh water and musk in its purity, O gazelle of the tribe, ease my soul of grief, and grant me thy phantom in sleep to see. Now when she heard his verses in praise of her, she turned back to him and embracing him, with a heart on fire for the anguish of severance, fire which naught save kisses and embraces might quench, cried, sooth the byword saith, patience is for a lover and not the lack thereof. There is no help for it but I contrive a means for our reunion. Then she farewelled him and fared forth, knowing not where she set her feet, for stress of her love, nor did she stay her steps till she found herself in her own chamber. When she was gone, passion and love longing redoubled upon the young prince, and the delight of sleep was forbidden him, and the princess in her turn tasted not food, and her patience failed and she sickened for desire. As soon as dawned the day, she sent for the nurse, who came and found her condition changed, and she cried, question me not of my case, for all I suffer is due to thy handiwork. Where is the beloved of my heart? O my lady, when did he leave thee? Hath he been absent from thee more than this night? Can I endure absence from him an hour? Come, find some means to bring us together speedily, for my soul is like to flee my body. O my lady, have patience till I contrive thee some subtle device, whereof none shall beware. By the great God, except thou bring him to me this very day, I will tell the king that thou hast corrupted me, and he will cut off thy head. I conjure thee, by Allah, have patience with me, for this is a dangerous matter. And the nurse humbled herself to her, till she granted her 3 days' delay, saying, O my nurse, the 3 days will be 3 years to me, and if the 4th day pass and thou bring him not, I will go about to slay thee. So the old woman left her and returned to her lodging, where she abode till the morning of the 4th day, when she summoned the tire women of the town and sought of them fine dyes and rouge for the painting of a virgin girl and adorning, and they brought her cosmetics of the best. Then she sent for the prince and, opening her chest, brought out a bundle containing a suit of woman's apparel, worth 5,000 dinars, and a head kerchief fringed with all manner gems. Then said she to him, O my son, hast thou a mind to foregather with Hayat al-Nufus? And he replied, Yes. So she took a pair of tweezers and pulled out the hairs of his face and penciled his eyes with kohl 293. Then she stripped him and painted him with henna 294 from his nails to his shoulders and from his insteps to his thighs, and tattooed 295 him about the body, till he was like red roses upon alabaster slabs. After a little, she washed him and dried him, and bringing out a shift and a pair of petticoat trousers made him put them on. Then she clad him in the royal suit aforesaid and, binding the kerchief about his head, veiled him and taught him how to walk, saying, "Advance thy left and draw back thy right." He did her bidding and forewent her, as he were a houri faring abroad from paradise. Then said she to him, "Fortify thy heart, for thou art going to the king's palace, where there will without fail be guards and eunuchs at the gate, and if thou be startled at them and show doubt or dread, they will suspect thee and examine thee, and we shall both get into grievous trouble and haply lose our lives, wherefore an thou feel thyself unable to this, tell me." He answered, "In very sooth this thing hath no terrors for me, so be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear." Then she went out preceding him till the twain came to the palace gate, which was full of eunuchs. She turned and looked at him, as much as to say, "Art thou troubled or no?" and finding him all unchanged, went on. The chief eunuch glanced at the nurse and knew her, but, seeing a damsel following her, whose charms confounded the reason, he said in his mind, "As for the old woman, she is the nurse, but as for the girl who is with her, there is none in our land resembleth her in favor or approacheth her in fairness save the Princess Hayat al-Nufus, who is secluded and never goeth out. Would I knew how she came into the streets, and would heaven I wot whether or no 'twas by leave of the king." Then he rose to learn somewhat concerning her, and well nigh 30 castratos followed him, which when the old woman saw, her reason fled for fear, and she said, "Verily, we are Allah's, and to him we shall return. Without recourse we are dead folk this time." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 733rd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old nurse saw the head of the eunuchry and his assistants making for her, she was in exceeding fear and cried, 'There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are God's, and unto him we shall return, without recourse we be dead folk this time.' When the head eunuch heard her speak thus, fear gat hold upon him, by reason of that which he knew of the princess's violence, and that her father was ruled by her, and he said to himself, 'Belike the king hath commanded the nurse to carry his daughter forth upon some occasion of hers, whereof she would have none know, and if I oppose her, she will be wroth with me and will say this eunuch fellow stopped me, that he might pry into my affairs. So she will do her best to kill me, and I have no call to meddle in this matter.' So saying, he turned back, and with him the 30 assistants who drove the people from the door of the palace, whereupon the nurse entered and saluted the eunuchs with her head, whilst all the 30 stood to do her honor and returned her salam. She led in the prince, and he ceased not following her from door to door, and the protector protected them, so that they passed all the guards, till they came to the 7th door. It was that of the great pavilion, wherein was the king's throne, and it communicated with the chambers of his women and the saloons of the harem, as well as with his daughter's pavilion. So the old woman halted and said, "Here we are, O my son, and glory be to him who hath brought us thus far in safety. But, O my son, we cannot foregather with the princess except by night, for night enveileth the fearful." He replied, "True, but what is to be done?" Quoth she, "Hide thee in this black hole," showing him behind the door a dark and deep cistern, with a cover thereto. So he entered the cistern, and she went away and left him there till ended day, when she returned and carried him into the palace, till they came to the door of Hayat al-Nufus's apartment. The old woman knocked, and a little maid came out and said, who is at the door?" Said the nurse, "'Tis I," whereupon the maid returned and craved permission of her lady, who said, "Open to her and let her come in with any who may accompany her." So they entered, and the nurse, casting a glance around, perceived that the princess had made ready the sitting chamber and ranged the lamps in row and lighted candles of wax in chandeliers of gold and silver and spread the divans and estrades with carpets and cushions. Moreover, she had set on trays of food and fruits and confections, and she had perfumed the place with musk and aloes wood and ambergris. She was seated among the lamps and the tapers, and the light of her face outshone the luster of them all. When she saw the old woman, she said to her, "O nurse, where is the beloved of my heart?" And the other replied, "O my lady, I cannot find him, nor have mine eyes espied him, but I have brought thee his own sister, and here she is." Cried the princess, "Art thou gin mad? What need have I of his sister? Say me, an a man's head irk him, doth he bind up his hand?" The old woman answered, "No, by Allah, O my lady. But look on her, and if she pleases thee, let her be with thee." Then she uncovered the prince's face, whereupon Hayat al-Nufus knew him, and running to him, pressed him to her bosom, and he pressed her to his breast. Then they both fell down in a swoon and lay without sense a long while. The old woman sprinkled rose water upon them till they came to themselves, when she kissed him on the mouth more than 1,000 times and improvised these couplets: "Sought me this heart's dear love at gloom of night, I rose in honor till he sat forthright, and said, O aim of mine, O sole desire, in such night visit hast of guards no fright?" Replied he, "Yes, I feared much, but love robbed me of all my wits and reft my sprite. We clipped with kisses, and a while clung we, for here 'twas safe, nor feared we watchmen wight, then rose we parting without doubtful deed, and shook out skirts where none a stain could sight." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 734th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when her lover visited Hayat al-Nufus in her palace, the twain embraced, and she improvised some happy couplets beseeming the occasion. And when she had ended her extempore lines, she said, "Is it indeed true that I see thee in my abode, and that thou art my cupmate and my familiar?" Then passion grew on her, and love was grievous to her, so that her reason well nigh fled for joy, and she improvised these couplets: "With all my soul I'll ransom him who came to me in gloom of night, whilst I had waited long to see his figure loom, and naught aroused me save his weeping voice of tender tone, and whispered I, fair fall thy foot and welcome and welcome. His cheek I kissed 1,000 times, and yet 1,000 more, then clipped and clung about his breast enveiled in darkling room. And cried, now verily I've won the aim of every wish, so praise and prayers to Allah for this grace now best become. Then slept we even as we would the goodliest of nights, till morning came to end our night and light up earth with bloom. As soon as it was day, she made him enter a place in her apartment unknown to any, and he abode there till nightfall, when she brought him out and they sat in converse and carouse. Presently he said to her, I wish to return to my own country and tell my father what hath passed between us, that he may equip his wazir to demand thee in marriage of thy sire. She replied, O my love, I fear, an thou return to thy country and kingdom, thou wilt be distracted from me and forget the love of me, or that thy father will not further thy wishes in this matter, and I shall die. Meseems the better rede were that thou abide with me, and in my hand grasp, I looking on thy face, and thou on mine, till I devise some plan, whereby we may escape together some night and flee to thy country, for I have cut off my hopes from my own people and I despair of them. He rejoined, I hear and obey, and they fell again to their carousal and conversing. He tarried with her thus for some time till, one night, the wine was pleasant to them and they lay not down nor did they sleep till break of day. Now it chanced that one of the kings sent her father a present, and amongst other things, a necklace of union jewels, 29 grains, to whose price a king's treasures might not suffice. Quoth Abd al-Qadir, this Riviere beseemeth none but my daughter Hayat al-Nufus, and, turning to an eunuch, whose jaw-teeth the princess had knocked out for reasons best known to herself 296, he called to him and said, carry the necklace to thy lady and say to her, one of the kings hath sent thy father this, as a present, and its price may not be paid with money, put it on thy neck. The slave took the necklace, saying in himself, Allah Almighty make it the last thing she shall put on in this world, for that she deprived me of the benefit of my grinder teeth, and repairing to the princess's apartment, found the door locked and the old woman asleep before the threshold. He shook her, and she awoke in a fright and asked, what dost thou want? To which he answered, the king hath sent me on an errand to his daughter. Quoth the nurse, the key is not here, go away, whilst I fetch it, but quoth he, I cannot go back to the king without having done his commandment. So she went away, as if to fetch the key, but fear overtook her and she sought safety in flight. Then the eunuch awaited her a while, then, finding she did not return, he feared that the king would be angry at his delay, so he rattled at the door and shook it, whereupon the bolt gave way and the leaf opened. He entered and passed on, till he came to the seventh door, and walking into the princess's chamber found the place splendidly furnished and saw candles and flagons there. At this spectacle he marvelled, and going close up to the bed, which was curtained by a hanging of silk, embroidered with a network of jewels, drew back the curtain from before the princess and saw her sleeping with her arms about the neck of a young man handsomer than herself, whereat he magnified Allah Almighty, who had created such a youth of vile water, and said, how goodly be this fashion for one who hateth men. How came she by this fellow? Methinks 'twas on his account that she knocked out my back teeth. Then he drew the curtain and made for the door, but the king's daughter awoke in a fright, and seeing the eunuch, whose name was Kafir, called to him. He made her no answer, so she came down from the bed on the estrada, and catching hold of his skirt laid it on her head and kissed his feet, saying, veil what Allah veileth. Quoth he, may Allah not veil thee nor him who would veil thee. Thou didst knock out my grinders and saidst to me, let none make mention to me aught of men and their ways. So saying, he disengaged himself from her grasp and running out, locked the door on them and set another eunuch to guard it. Then he went in to the king, who said to him, hast thou given the necklace to Hayat al-Nufus? The eunuch replied, by Allah, thou deservest altogether a better fate, and the king asked, what hath happened? Tell me quickly. Whereto he answered, I will not tell thee, save in private and between our eyes, but the king retorted, saying, tell me at once and in public. Cried the eunuch, then grant me immunity. So the king threw him the kerchief of immunity, and he said, O king, I went into the princess Hayat al-Nufus and found her asleep in a carpeted chamber, and on her bosom was a young man. So I locked the door upon the two and came back to thee. When the king heard these words, he started up, and taking a sword in his hand, cried out to the rais of the eunuchs, saying, take thy lads and go to the princess's chamber and bring me her and him who is with her, as they twain lie on the bed, but cover them both up. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 735th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king commanded the head eunuch to take his lads and to fetch and set before him Hayat al-Nufus and him who was with her, the chief and his men entered the princess's apartment, where he found her standing up, dissolved in railing tears, and the prince by her side. So he said to them, lie down on the bed, as thou wast, and let him do likewise. The king's daughter feared for her lover 297 and said to him, this is no time for resistance. So they both lay down, and the eunuchs covered them up and carried the twain into the king's presence. Thereupon Abd al-Qadir pulled off the coverings and the princess sprang to her feet. He looked at her and would have smitten her neck, but the prince threw himself on the father's breast, saying, "The fault was not hers but mine only, kill me before thou killest her." The king made at him, to cut him down, but Hayat al-Nufus cast herself on her father and said, "Kill me not him, for he is the son of a great king, lord of all the land in its length and breadth." When the king heard this, he turned to the chief wazir, who was a gathering place of all that is evil, and said to him, "What sayest thou of this matter, O minister?" Quoth his wazir, "What I say is that all who find themselves in such case as this have need of lying, and there is nothing for it but to cut off both their heads, after torturing them with all manner of tortures." Hereupon the king called his sworder of vengeance, who came with his lads, and said to him, "Take this gallows bird and strike off his head, and after do the like with this harlot and burn their bodies, and consult me not about them a second time." So the headsman put his hand to her back, to take her, but the king cried out at him and cast at him somewhat he had in hand, which had well nigh killed him, saying, "O dog, how durst thou show ruth to those with whom I am wroth? Put thy hand to her hair and drag her along by it, so that she may fall on her face." Accordingly he haled her by her hair and the prince in like manner to the place of blood, where he tore off a piece of his skirt and therewith bound the prince's eyes, putting the princess last, in the hope that some one would intercede for her. Then, having made ready the prince, he swung his sharp sword 3 times, whilst all the troops wept and prayed Allah to send them deliverance by some intercessor, and raised his hand to cut off Ardashir's head when, behold, there arose a cloud of dust that spread and flew till it veiled the view. Now the cause thereof was that when the young prince had delayed beyond measure, the king, his sire, had levied a mighty host and had marched with it in person to get tidings of his son. Such was his case, but as regards King Abd al-Qadir, when he saw this, he said, "O whites, what is the meaning of yonder dust that dimmeth sights?" The Grand Wazir sprang up and went out to reconnoitre, and found behind the cloud men like locusts, of whom no count could be made nor aught avail of aid, filling the hills and plains and valleys. So he returned with the report to the king, who said to him, "Go down and learn for us what may be this host and the cause of its marching upon our country. Ask also of their commander and salute him for me, and inquire the reason of his coming. And he came in quest of aught, we will aid him, and if he have a blood feud with one of the kings, we will ride with him, or, if he desire a gift, we will hansel him, for this is indeed a numerous host and a power uttermost, and we fear for our land from its mischief." So the minister went forth and walked among the tents and troopers and bodyguards, and ceased not faring on from the first of the day till near sundown, when he came to the warders with gilded swords in tents star-studded. Passing these, he made his way through emirs and wazirs and nabobs and chamberlains, to the pavilion of the sultan, and found him a mighty king. When the king's officers saw him, they cried out to him, saying, "Kiss ground! Kiss ground!" 298 He did so and would have risen, but they cried out at him a second and a third time. So he kissed the earth again and raised his head and would have stood up, but fell down at full length for excess of awe. When at last he was set between the hands of the king, he said to him, "Allah prolong thy days and increase thy sovereignty and exalt thy rank, O thou auspicious king. And furthermore, of a truth, King Abd al-Qadir saluteth thee and kisseth the earth before thee, and asketh on what weighty business thou art come. And thou seek to avenge thee for blood on any king, he will take horse in thy service, or, and thou come in quest of aught, wherein it is in his power to help thee, he standeth up at thy service on account thereof." So Ardashir's father replied to the wazir, saying, "O messenger, return to thy lord and tell him that the most mighty king Saif al-Azam Shah, lord of Shiraz, had a son who hath been long absent from him, and news of him have not come, and all traces of him have been cut off. And he be in the city, he will take him and depart from you, but, if aught have befallen him or any mischief have ensued to him from you, his father will lay waste your land and make spoil of your goods and slay your men and seize your women. Return, therefore, to thy lord in haste and tell him this, ere evil befall him. Answered the minister, to hear is to obey, and turned to go away, when the chamberlains cried out to him, saying, Kiss ground. Kiss ground. So he kissed the ground a score of times and rose not till his life breath was in his nostrils 299. Then he left the king's high court and returned to the city, full of anxious thought concerning the affair of this king and the multitude of his troops, and going in to King Abd al-Kadir, pale with fear and trembling in his side muscles, acquainted him with that had befallen him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 736th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir returned from the court of the great king, pale with fear and with side muscles quivering for dread exceeding, and acquainted his lord with that had befallen him. Hereat disquietude and terror for himself and for his people laid hold upon him, and he said to the minister, O wazir, and who is this king's son? Replied the other, 'Tis even he whom thou badest put to death, but praised be Allah who hastened not his slaughter. Else had his father wasted our lands and spoiled our good. Quoth the king, See now thy corrupt judgment, in that thou didst counsel us to slay him. Where is the young man, the son of yonder magnanimous king? And quoth the wazir, O mighty king, thou didst command him be put to death. When the king heard this, he was clean distraught and cried out from his heart's core and inmost of head, saying, Woe to you! Fetch me the headsman forthright, lest death fall on him. So they fetched the sworder, and he said, O king of the age, I have smitten off his head even as thou badest me. Cried Abd al-Kadir, O dog, and this be true, I will assuredly send thee after him. The headsman replied, O king, thou didst command me to slay him without consulting thee a second time. Said the king, I was in my wrath, but speak the truth, ere thou lose thy life. And said the sworder, O king, he is yet in the chains of life. At this Abd al-Kadir rejoiced and his heart was set at rest. Then he called for Ardashir, and when he came, he stood up to receive him and kissed his mouth, saying, O my son, I ask pardon of Allah Almighty for the wrong I have done thee, and say thou not aught that may lower my credit with thy sire, the great king. The prince asked, O king of the age, and where is my father? And the other answered, He is come hither on thine account. Thereupon quoth Ardashir, By thy worship, I will not stir from before thee till I have cleared my honor and the honor of thy daughter from that which thou laidest to our charge, for she is a pure virgin. Send for the midwives and let them examine her before thee. And they find her maidenhead gone, I give thee leave to shed my blood, and if they find her a clean maid, her innocence of dishonor and mine also will be made manifest. So he summoned the midwives, who examined the princess and found her a pure virgin, and so told the king, seeking largesse of him. He gave them what they sought, putting off his royal robes to bestow on them, and in like manner he was bountiful to all who were in the harem. And they brought forth the scent cups and perfumed all the lords of estate and grandees, and not one but rejoiced with exceeding joy. Then the king threw his arms about Ardashir's neck and entreated him with all worship and honor, bidding his chief eunuch spare him to the bath. When he came out, he cast over his shoulders a costly robe and crowned him with a coronet of jewels. He also girt him with a girdle of silk, purfled with red gold and set with pearls and gems, and mounted him on one of his noblest marrays with selle and trappings of gold inlaid with pearls and jewels. Then he bade his grandees and captains mount on his service and escort him to his father's presence, and charged him tell his sire that King Abd al-Qadir was at his disposal, hearkening to and obeying him in whatso he should bid or forbid. I will not fail of this, answered Ardashir, and farewelling him, repaired to his father who, at sight of him, was transported for delight and springing up, advanced to meet him and embraced him, whilst joy and gladness spread among all the host of the great king. Then came the wazirs and chamberlains and captains and guards and kissed the ground before the prince and rejoiced in his coming, and it was a great day with them for enjoyment, for the king's son gave leave to those of King Abd al-Qadir's officers who had accompanied him and others of the townsfolk, to view the ordnance of his father's host, without let or stay, so they might know the multitude of the great king's troops and the might of his empire. And all who had seen him selling stuffs in the linen draper's bazaar marvelled how his soul could have consented thereto, considering the nobility of his spirit and the loftiness of his dignity, but it was his love and inclination to the king's daughter that to this had constrained him. Meanwhile, news of the multitude of her lover's troops came to Hayat al-Nufus, who was still jailed by her sire's commandment, till they knew what he should order respecting her, whether pardon and release or death and burning, and she looked down from the terrace roof of the palace and, turning towards the mountains, saw even these covered with armed men. When she beheld all those warriors and knew that they were the army of Ardashir's father, she feared lest he should be diverted from her by his sire and forget her and depart from her, whereupon her father would slay her. So she called a handmaid that was with her in her apartment by way of service, and said to her, Go to Ardashir, son of the great king, and fear not. When thou comest into his presence, kiss the ground before him and tell him what thou art, and say to him, My lady salute thee and would have thee to know that she is a prisoner in her father's palace, awaiting his sentence, whether he be minded to pardon her or put her to death, and she beseecheth thee not to forget her or forsake her, for today thou art all-powerful, and, in whatso thou commandest, no man dare cross thee. Wherefore, an it seem good to thee to rescue her from her sire and take her with thee, it were of thy bounty, for indeed she endureth all these trials for thy sake. But, and this seem not good to thee, for that thy desire of her is at an end, still speak to thy sire, so haply he may intercede for her with her father and he depart not, till he have made him set her free and taken surety from and made covenant with him, that he will not go about to put her to death nor work her aught of harm. This is her last word to thee, may Allah not desolate her of thee, and so the peace. 300 And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 737th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the bondmaid sent by Hayat al-Nufus made her way to Ardashir and delivered him her lady's message, which when he heard, he wept with sore weeping and said to her, Know that Hayat al-Nufus is my mistress and that I am her slave and the captive of her love. I have not forgotten what was between us nor the bitterness of the parting day, so do thou say to her, after thou hast kissed her feet, that I will speak with my father of her, and he shall send his wazir, who sought her aforetime in marriage for me, to demand her hand once more of her sire, for he dare not refuse. So, if he send to her to consult her, let her make no opposition, for I will not return to my country without her. Then the handmaid returned to Hayat al-Nufus, and, kissing her hands, delivered to her the message, which when she heard, she wept for very joy and returned thanks to Almighty Allah. Such was her case, but as regards Ardashir, he was alone with his father that night and the great king questioned him of his case, whereupon he told him all that had befallen him, first and last. Then quoth the king, What wilt thou have me do for thee, O my son? An thou desire Abd al-Qadir's ruin, I will lay waste his lands and spoil his hoards and dishonour his house. Replied Ardashir, I do not desire that, O my father, for he hath done nothing to me deserving thereof, but I wish for union with her, wherefore I beseech thee of thy favor to make ready a present for her father, but let it be a magnificent gift, and send it to him by thy minister, the man of just judgment. Quoth the king, I hear and consent, and sending for the treasures he had laid up from time past, brought out all manner precious things and showed them to his son, who was pleased with them. Then he called his wazir and bade him bear the present with him 301 to King Abd al-Kadir and demand his daughter in marriage for Ardashir, saying, accept the present and return him a reply. Now from the time of Ardashir's departure, King Abd al-Kadir had been troubled and ceased not to be heavy at heart, fearing the laying waste of his reign and the spoiling of his realm, when behold, the wazir came in to him and saluting him, kissed ground before him. He rose up standing and received him with honor, but the minister made haste to fall at his feet and kissing them cried, Pardon, O King of the age! The like of thee should not rise to the like of me, for I am the least of servants' slaves. Know, O King, that Prince Ardashir hath acquainted his father with some of the favors and kindnesses thou hast done him, wherefore he thanketh thee and sendeth thee in company of thy servant who standeth before thee, a present, saluting thee and wishing thee especial blessings and prosperities. Abd al-Kadir could not believe what he heard of the excess of his fear, till the wazir laid the present before him, when he saw it to be such gift as no money could purchase nor could one of the kings of the earth avail to the like thereof, wherefore he was belittled in his own eyes and springing to his feet, praised Almighty Allah and glorified him and thanked the prince. Then said the minister to him, O noble king, give ear to my word and know that the great king sendeth to thee, desiring thine alliance, and I come to thee seeking and craving the hand of thy daughter, the chaste dame and treasure gem Hayat al-Nufus, in wedlock for his son Ardashir, wherefore, if thou consent to this proposal and accept of him, do thou agree with me for her marriage portion. Abd al-Kadir hearing these words replied, I hear and obey. For my part, I make no objection, and nothing can be more pleasurable to me, but the girl is of full age and reason and her affair is in her own hand. So be assured that I will refer it to her and she shall choose for herself. Then he turned to the chief eunuch and bade him go and acquaint the princess with the event. So he repaired to the harem and, kissing the princess's hands, acquainted her with the great king's offer adding, What sayest thou in answer? I hear and I obey, replied she and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 738th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the chief eunuch of the harem having informed the princess how she had been demanded in marriage by the great king and having heard her reply, I hear and I obey, returned therewith to the king and gave him this answer, whereat he rejoiced with exceeding joy and, calling for a costly robe of honor, threw it over the wazir's shoulders. Furthermore, he ordered him 10,000 dinars and bade him carry the answer to the great king and crave leave for him to pay him a visit. Hearing and obeying, answered the minister, and, returning to his master, delivered him the reply and Abd al-Kadir's message, and repeated all their talk, whereat he rejoiced greatly and Ardashir was transported for delight and his breast broadened and he was a most happy man. King Saif al-Azam also gave King Abd al-Kadir leave to come forth to visit him, so, on the morrow, he took horse and rode to the camp of the great king, who came to meet him and saluting him, seated him in the place of honor, and gave him welcome, and they two sat whilst Ardashir stood before them. Then arose an orator of the king Abd al-Kadir's court and pronounced an eloquent discourse, giving the prince joy of the attainment of his desire and of his marriage with the princess, a queen among king's daughters. When he sat down the great king caused bring a chest full of pearls and gems, together with 50,000 dinars, and said to King Abd al-Kadir, I am my son's deputy in all that concerneth this matter. So Abd al-Qadir acknowledged receipt of the marriage portion and amongst the rest, 50,000 dinars for the nuptial festivities, after which they fetched the qazis and the witnesses, who wrote out the contract of marriage between the prince and princess, and it was a notable day, wherein all lovers made merry and all haters and enviers were mortified. They spread the marriage feasts and banquets, and lastly Ardashir went in unto the princess and found her a jewel which had been hidden, an union pearl unthridden and a filly that none but he had ridden, so he notified this to his sire. Then King Saif al-Azam asked his son, Hast thou any wish thou wouldst have fulfilled ere we depart? And he answered, Yes, O king. Know that I would fain take my wreak of the wazir who entreated us on evil wise and the eunuch who forged a lie against us. So the king sent forthright to Abd al-Qadir, demanding of him the minister and the castrato, whereupon he dispatched them both to him and he commanded to hang them over the city gate. After this, they abode a little while and then sought of Abd al-Qadir leave for his daughter to equip her for departure. So he equipped her and mounted her in a taktrawan, a travelling litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems and drawn by noble steeds. She carried with her all her waiting women and eunuchs, as well as the nurse, who had returned, after her flight, and resumed her office. Then King Saif al-Azam and his son mounted and Abd al-Qadir mounted also with all the lords of his land, to take leave of his son-in-law and daughter, and it was a day to be reckoned of the goodliest of days. After they had gone some distance, the great king conjured Abd al-Qadir to turn back, so he farewelled him and his son, after he had strained him to his breast and kissed him between the eyes and thanked him for his grace and favors and commended his daughter to his care. Then he went in to the princess and embraced her, and she kissed his hands and they wept in the standing place of parting. After this he returned to his capital and Ardashir and his company fared on, till they reached Shiraz, where they celebrated the marriage festivities anew. And they abode in all comfort and solace and joyance of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and severer of societies, the depopulator of palaces and the garnerer of graveyards. And men also relate the tale of 261. Omitted by Lane, 252, because little more than a repetition of Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya. This is true, but the nice progress of the nurse's pimping is a well-finished picture, and the old woman's speech, infra p. 243, is a gem. 262 Artaxerxes, in the Mac. Edit. Ace-Dashir, a misprint. 263 I use kiss ground as we say kiss hands. But it must not be understood literally. The nearest approach would be to touch the earth with the fingertips and apply them to the lips or brow. Amongst Hindus the Ashtanga prostration included actually kissing the ground. 264 The key is mentioned because a fee so-called, mifta, is paid on its being handed to the new lodger, pilgrimage I-62. 265 The Quranic term for semen, often quoted. 266 Quran, 12. 31, in the story of Joseph, before noticed. 267 Probably the white woolens, so often mentioned, whose use is now returning to Europe, where men have a reasonable fear of dyed stuffs, especially since aniline conquered cochineal. 268 Arab. Samir, one who enjoys the musamarat or night talk outside the Arab tents. Samar is the shade of the moon, or half darkness when only stars shine without a moon, or the darkness of a moonless night. Hence the proverb, AP 2513, Ma af alhu al samar wal kamar, I will not do it by moon darkness or by moonshine, i.e. never. I have elsewhere remarked that early to bed and early to rise is a civilized maxim. Most barbarians sit deep into the night in the light of the moon of a campfire and will not rise till nearly noon. They agree in our modern version of the old saw early to bed and early to rise makes a man surly and gives him red eyes. The sheikhs of Arab tribes especially transact most of their public business during the dark hours. 269 Suspecting that it had been sent by some royal lover. 270 Arab. Rubbama, a particle more emphatic than rubba, equals perhaps, sometimes, often. 271 The broken wall from Hadim equals breaking. It fences the hijra or space where Ishmael is buried, volume 6 205, and I have described it in Pilgrimage 3. 165 272. Arab. Farias, plur of farisa. The phrase has often occurred and is equals are trembled in every nerve. As often happens in Arabic, it is horsey, alluding to the shoulder muscles, not shoulder blades, Preston p. 89, between neck and flank which readily quiver in blood horses when excited or frightened. 273 Arab. Fazil equals exceeding goodness as in Fazil wa Marifa equals virtue and learning. 274 Arab. Al-Mafarik, plur of mafruk, equals the pole or crown of the head, where the hair parts naturally and where baldness mostly begins. 275 Arab. Nai al-Maut, the person sent round to announce a death to the friends and relations of the deceased and invite them to the funeral. 276 Arab. Tir al-Bain, any bird, not only the hadim or black crow, which announces separation. Crows and ravens flock for food to the camps broken up for the springtide and autumnal marches, and thus become emblems of desertion and desolation. The same birds are also connected with Abel's burial in the Quran, v. 34, a Jewish tradition borrowed by Mohammed. Lastly, here is a paranomasia in the words Gurab al-Bain equals raven of the wold, the black bird with white breast and red beak and legs. Gurab, Hebrew Oreb, connects with Cuba equals strangerhood, exile, and Bain with distance, interval, disunion, the desert, between the cultivated spots. There is another and a similar pun anent the ban tree, the first word meaning he fared, he left. 277 Arab. Tayr, any flying thing, a bird. With true Arab carelessness the writer waits till the tale is nearly ended before letting us know that the birds are pigeons, hammam. 278 Arab. Carolyn. The Arabs say, Allah cool thine eye, because tears of grief are hot and those of joy cool, al-asma'i. Others say the cool eye is opposed to that heated by watching, and al-Hariri, as xxvii, makes a scorching afternoon hotter than the tear of a childless mother. In the burning climate of Arabia cold and refrigeration are equivalent to refreshment and delight. 279 Arab. Muyuna, the Mona of Moroccan travelers, English not Italian, who are scandalized by Mona, meaning the provisions supplied gratis by the unhappy villagers to all who visit them with passport from the Sultan. Our cousins German have lately scored a great success by paying for all their rations, which the ministers of other nations, England included, were mean enough to accept. 280 Arab. Kaneuhulwa, lit. Equals as he, was, he. This reminds us of the great grammarian, Sibawayh, whose name the Persians derive from apple flavor, Sib plus Ba. He was disputing, in presence of Harun al-Rashid with the rival Alkis, and advocated the bastion form, Fa'izahulwahu, behold, it was he, against the Kufan, Fa'izahulwa'iya, behold, it was him. The enemy overcame him by appealing to Badawin, who spoke impurely, whereupon Sibawayh left the court, retired to Khorasan and died, it is said, of a broken heart. 281 This is a sign of the sada or melancholic temperament in which black bile predominates. It is supposed to cause a distaste for society and a longing for solitude, an unsettled habit of mind and neglect of worldly affairs. I remarked that in Arabia students are subject to it, and that amongst philosophers and literary men of Mecca and Al-Madinah there was hardly one who was not spoken of as a Sada. See Pilgrimage 2. 49, 50. 282 i.e. I am a servant and bound to tell thee what my orders are. 283 A touching lesson how tribes settle matters in the East. 284 i.e. fresh from water, Arab. Rudab, before the air can tarnish them. The pearl, Margarita, in Arab is lulu, the union or large pearl dur, plur. Durer. In modern parlance dur is the second quality of the 12 into which pearls are divided. 285 i.e. the wazir, but purposely left vague. 286 The whole of the nurse's speech is admirable, its naive and striking picture of conjugal affection goes far to redeem the grossness of the nights. 287 The bitterness was the parting in the morning. 288 English princess, too often pronounced in French fashion princess. 289 In dictionaries ban, Anglicy bentree, is the myrobalan which produces gum benzoin. It resembles the tamarisk. Mr. Lyle, p. 74 Translations of Ancient Arab Poetry, Williams and Norgate, 1885, calls it a species of moringa, tall, with plentiful and intensely green foliage used for comparisons on account of its straightness and graceful shape of its branches. The nut supplies a medicinal oil. 290 A sign of extreme familiarity, the glooms are the hands and the full moons are the eyes. 291 Arab. Kalay al-Azhar, lit. Equals stripping off jaws or side beard. 292 Arab. Shimal equals the north wind. 293 An operation well described by Juvenal illa supercilium, modica fuligine tactum, obliqua producit acu, pingic, tremens adolens oculos. Sunani, Travels in Egypt, chap 16, justly remarks that this penciling the angles of the eyes with kohl, which the old Levant trade called alkifu or arkifu, makes them appear large and more oblong, and I have noted that the modern Egyptian, especially Coptic, eye, like that of the Sphinx and the old figures looks in profile as if it were seen in full. Pilgrimage I 214. 294 The same traveler notes a singular property in the henna flower that when smelled closely it exhales a very powerful spermatic odor, hence it became a favorite with women as the tea rose with us. He finds it on the nails of mummies, and identifies it with the kypros of the ancient Greeks, the moderns call it kini or kina, and the beta tauro upsilon tau kappa pyro omicron upsilon, batra cypri, of Solomon's Song, I-14. The Hebrew is kafir, a well-known word which the AV translates by a cluster of campfire, in the vineyards of Engadai, and a note on 4:13 ineptly adds, or, cypress. The revised edit amends it to a cluster of henna flowers. The Solomonic description is very correct. The shrub affects vineyards, and about Bombay forms fine hedges which can be smelled from a distance. 295 Hardly the equivalent of the Arab Kataba, which includes true tattooing with needles, and is applied to painting patches of blue or green color with sprigs and arabesques upon the arms and especially the breasts of women. Kataba would also be applied to striping the fingers with henna which becomes a shining black under a paste of honey, lime, and sal ammoniac. This patching is alluded to by Strabo and Galen, Lane Me chap 2, and we may note that savages and barbarians can leave nothing of beauty unadorned. They seem to hate a plain surface like the Hindu silversmith, whose art is shown only in chasing. 296 A violent temper, accompanied with voix de fate and personal violence, is by no means rare amongst Eastern princesses, and terrible tales are told in Persia concerning the daughters of Fath Ali Shah. Few men and no woman can resist the temptations of absolute command. The daughter of a certain dictator all-powerful in the Argentine Republic was once seen on horseback with a white bridle of peculiar leather. It was made of the skin of a man who had boasted of her favors. The slave girls suffer first from these masterful young persons, and then it is the turn of the eunuchry. 297 A neat touch, she was too thoroughbred to care for herself first. 298 Here the ground or earth is really kissed. 299 Corresponding with our phrase, his heart was in his mouth. 300 Very artful is the contrast of the love-lorn princess's humility with her furious behavior, in the pride of her purity, while she was yet a virginette and fancy-free. 301 Arab. Subadhu lit. Equals in company with him, a popular idiom in Egypt and Syria. It often occurs in the Bresl. Edit. Julnar the Seaborn and her son King Badr Basim of Persia. There was once in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, in Ajam land, a king Shahriman 302 height, whose abiding place was Khorasan. He owned 100 concubines, but by none of them had he been blessed with boon of child, male or female, all the days of his life. One day, among the days, he bethought him of this and fell lamenting for that the most part of his existence was past and he had not been vouchsafed a son, to inherit the kingdom after him, even as he had inherited it from his fathers and forebears, by reason whereof there betided him sore cark and care and chagrin exceeding. As he sat thus one of his Mamelukes came in to him and said, O my lord, at the door is a slave girl with her merchant, and fairer than she I hath never seen. Quoth the king, Hither to me with merchant and maid, and both came in to him. Now when Shahriman beheld the girl, he saw that she was like a Rudainian lance 303 and she was wrapped in a veil of gold purfled silk. The merchant uncovered her face, whereupon the place was illumined by her beauty and her 7 tresses hung down to her anklets like horses' tails. She had nature cold eyes, heavy hips and thighs and waist of slenderest guise, her side healed all maladies and quenched the fire of sighs, for she was even as the poet cries I love her madly for she is perfect fair, complete in gravity and gracious way, nor over tall nor over short, the while too full for trousers are those hips that sway, her shape is midmost twixt o'er small and tall, nor long to blame nor little to gainsay, o'er fall her anklets tresses black as night yet in her face resp lends eternal day. The king seeing her marvelled at her beauty and loveliness, her symmetry and perfect grace and said to the merchant, O Sheikh, how much for this maiden? Replied the merchant, O my lord, I bought her for 2,000 dinars of the merchant who owned her before myself, since when I have travelled with her 3 years and she hath cost me, up to the time of my coming hither, other 3,000 gold pieces, but she is a gift from me to thee. The king robed him with a splendid robe of honor and ordered him 10,000 ducats, whereupon he kissed his hands, thanking him for his bounty and beneficence, and went his ways. Then the king committed the damsel to the tire women, saying, Amend ye the case of this maiden 304 and adorn her and furnish her a bower and set her therein. And he bade his chamberlains carry her everything she needed and shut all the doors upon her. Now his capital wherein he dwelt, was called the White City and was seated on the seashore, so they lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 739th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king after taking the maiden, committed her to the tire women bidding them amend her case and set her in a bower, and ordered his chamberlains to shut all the doors upon her when they had lodged her in a chamber whose latticed casements overlooked the main. Then Shahriman went in to her, but she spake not to him neither took any note of him. 305 Quoth he, "'Twould seem she hath been with folk who have not taught her manners." Then he looked at the damsel and saw her surpassing beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, with a face like the rondure of the moon at its full or the sun shining in the sheeny sky. So he marvelled at her charms of favor and figure, and he praised Allah the Creator, magnified be his might, after which he walked up to her and sat him down by her side, then he pressed her to his bosom and seating her on his thighs, sucked the dew of her lips, which he found sweeter than honey. Presently he called for trays spread with richest viands of all kinds and ate and fed her by mouthfuls, till she had enough, yet she spoke not one word. The king began to talk to her and asked her of her name, but she abode still silent and uttered not a syllable nor made him any answer, neither ceased to hang down her head groundwards, and it was but the excess of her beauty and loveliness and the amorous grace that saved her from the royal wrath. Quoth he to himself, "Glory be to God, the Creator of this girl. How charming she is, save that she speak not. But perfection belongeth only to Allah the Most High." And he asked the slave girls whether she had spoken, and they said, "From the time of her coming until now she hath not uttered a word, nor have we heard her address us." Then he summoned some of his women and concubines and bade them sing to her and make merry with her, so haply she might speak. Accordingly they played before her all manner instruments of music and sports and what not, and sang, till the whole company was moved to mirth, except the damsel, who looked at them in silence, but neither laughed nor spoke. The king's breast was straitened, thereupon he dismissed the women and abode alone with that damsel, after which he doffed his clothes and disrobing her with his own hand, looked upon her body and saw it as it were a silvern ingot. So he loved her with exceeding love, and falling upon her, took her maidenhead and found her a pure virgin, whereat he rejoiced with excessive joy and said in himself, "By Allah, 'tis a wonder that a girl so fair of form and face should have been left by the merchants a clean maid as she is." 306 Then he devoted himself altogether to her, heeding none other and forsaking all his concubines and favorites, and tarried with her a whole year as it were a single day. Still she spoke not till, one morning he said to her, and indeed the love of her and longing waxed upon him, "O desire of souls, verily passion for thee is great with me, and I have forsaken for thy sake all my slave girls and concubines and women and favorites, and I have made thee my portion of the world and had patience with thee a whole year, and now I beseech Almighty Allah, of his favor, to soften thy heart to me, so thou mayst speak to me. Or, an thou be dumb, tell me by a sign, that I may give up hope of thy speech. I pray the Lord, extolled be he, to vouchsafe me by thee a son child, who shall inherit the kingdom after me, for I am old and lone and have none to be my heir. Wherefore, Allah upon thee, and thou love me, return me a reply." The damsel bowed her head a while in thought, and presently raising it, smiled in his face, whereat it seemed to him as if lightning filled the chamber. Then she said, "O magnanimous liege lord, and valorous lion, Allah hath answered thy prayer, for I am with child by thee, and the time of my delivery is near at hand, though I know not if the unborn babe be male or female. 307 But, had I not conceived by thee, I had not spoken to thee one word." When the king heard her speech, his face shone with joy and gladness, and he kissed her head and hands for excess of delight, saying, "Alhamdulillah, laud to Lord who hath vouchsafed me the things I desired, first, thy speech, and secondly, thy tidings that thou art with child by me." Then he rose up and went forth from her and, seating himself on the throne of his kingship, in an ecstasy of happiness, bade his wazir distribute to the poor and needy and widows and others 100,000 dinars, by way of thank offering to Allah Most High and alms on his own account. The minister did as bidden by the king, who, returning to the damsel, sat with her and embraced and pressed her to his breast, saying, O my lady, my queen, whose slave I am, prithee what was the cause of this thy silence? Thou hast been with me a whole year, night and day, waking and sleeping, yet hast not spoken to me till this day. She replied, Hearken, O king of the age, and know that I am a wretched exile, broken-hearted and far parted from my mother and my family and my brother. When the king heard her words, he knew her desire and said, As for thy saying that thou art wretched, there is for such speech no ground, inasmuch as my kingdom and good and all I possess are at thy service and I also am become thy bondman, but, as for thy saying I am parted from my mother and brother and family, tell me where they are and I will send and fetch them to thee. Thereupon she answered, Know, then, O auspicious king, that I am called Julner 308 the sea-born and that my father was of the kings of the main. He died and left us his reign, but while we were yet unsettled, behold, one of the other kings arose against us and took the realm from our hands. I have a brother called Soleh, and my mother also is a woman of the sea, but I fell out with my brother the pious and swore that I would throw myself into the hands of a man of the folk of the land. So I came forth of the sea and sat down on the edge of an island in the moonshine 309 where a passer-by found me and, carrying me to his house, besought me of love lease, but I smote him on the head, so that he all but died, whereupon he carried me forth and sold me to the merchant from whom thou hadst me, and this was a good man and a virtuous, pious, loyal, and generous. Were it not that thy heart loved me and that thou promotedst me over all thy concubines, I had not remained with thee a single hour, but had cast myself from this window into the sea and gone to my mother and family, but I was ashamed to fare them wards, being with child by thee, for they would have deemed evilly of me and would not have credited me, even although I swore to them, and I told them that a king had bought me with his gold and made me his portion of the world and preferred me over all his wives and everything that his right hand possessed. This then is my story and the peace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 740th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Julner 310 the sea-born, answering the question of King Shahriman, told him her past from first to last, the king thanked her and kissed her between the eyes, saying, By Allah, O my lady and light of mine eyes, I cannot bear to be parted from thee 1 hour, and given thou leave me, I shall die forthright. What then is to be done? Replied she, O my lord, the time of my delivery is at hand and my family needs must be present, that they may tend me, for the women of the land know not the manner of childbearing of the women of the sea, nor do the daughters of the ocean know the manner of the daughters of the earth, and when my people come, I shall be reconciled to them and they will be reconciled to me. Quoth the king, How do the people of the sea walk therein, without being wetted? And quoth she, O king of the age, we walk in the waters with our eyes open, as do ye on the ground, by the blessing of the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon David's son, on whom be peace. But, O king, when my kith and kin come, I will tell them how thou boughtest me with thy gold, and hast entreated me with kindness and benevolence. It behoveth that thou confirm my words to them and that they witness thine estate with their own eyes and they learn that thou art a king, son of a king. He rejoined, O my lady, do what seemeth good to thee and what pleaseth thee, and I will consent to thee in all thou wouldst do. The damsel continued, Yes, we walk in the sea and see what is therein and behold the sun, moon, stars, and sky, as it were on the surface of earth, and this irketh us not. Know also that there be many peoples in the main and various forms and creatures of all kinds that are on the land, and that all that is on the land compared with that which is in the main is but a very small matter. And the king marvelled at her words. Then she pulled out from her bosom 2 bits of Comorin line aloes and, kindling fire in a chafing dish, chose somewhat of them and threw it in, then she whistled a loud whistle and spake words none understood. Thereupon arose a great smoke, and she said to the king, who was looking on, O my lord, arise and hide thyself in a closet, that I may show thee my brother and mother and family, whilst they see thee not, for I design to bring them hither, and thou shalt presently espy a wondrous thing, and shalt marvel at the several creatures and strange shapes which Almighty Allah hath created. So he arose without stay or delay, and entering a closet, fell a watching what she should do. She continued her fumigations and conjurations till the sea foamed and frothed turbid, and there rose from it a handsome young man of a bright favour, as he were the moon at its full, with brow flower white, cheeks of ruddy light, and teeth like the marguerite. He was the likest of all creatures to his sister, and the tongue of the case spoke in his praise these two couplets: the full moon groweth perfect once a month, but thy face each day we see perfected. And the full moon dwelleth in single sign, but to thee all hearts be a dwelling stead. After him there came forth of the sea an ancient dame with hair speckled grey, and 5 maidens, as they were moons, bearing a likeness to the damsel hight Julnar. The king looked upon them as they all walked upon the face of the water, till they drew near the window and saw Julnar, whereupon they knew her and went in to her. She rose to them and met them with joy and gladness, and they embraced her and wept with sore weeping. Then said they to her, O Julnar, how couldst thou leave us 4 years, and we unknowing of thine abiding place? By Allah, the world hath been straitened upon us for stress of severance from thee, and we have had no delight of food or drink, no, not for 1 day, but have wept with sore weeping night and day for the excess of our longing after thee. Then she fell to kissing the hands of the youth her brother and her mother and cousins, and they sat with her a while, questioning her of her case and of what had betided her, as well as of her present estate. No, replied she, that, when I left you, I issued from the sea and sat down on the shore of an island, where a man found me and sold me to a merchant, who brought me to the city and sold me for 10,000 dinars to the king of the country, who entreated me with honor and forsook all his concubines and women and favorites for my sake, and was distracted by me from all he had and all that was in his city. Quoth her brother, Praised be Allah, who hath reunited us with thee. But now, O my sister, 'tis my purpose that thou arise and go with us to our country and people. When the king heard these words, his wits fled him for fear lest the damsel accept her brother's words and he himself avail not to stay her, albeit he loved her passionately, and he became distracted with fear of losing her. But Julnar answered, By Allah, O my brother, the mortal who bought me is lord of the city, and he is a mighty king and a wise man, good and generous with extreme generosity. Moreover, he is a personage of great worth and wealth, and hath neither son nor daughter. He hath entreated me with honor and done me all manner of favor and kindness, nor, from the day of his buying me to this time, have I heard from him an ill word to hurt my heart, but he hath never ceased to use me courteously, doing nothing save with my counsel, and I am in the best of case with him and in the perfection of fair fortune. Furthermore, were I to leave him, he would perish, for he cannot endure to be parted from me an hour, and if I left him, I also should die, for the excess of the love I bear him, by reason of his great goodness to me during the time of my sojourn with him, for, were my father alive, my estate with him would not be like my estate with this great and glorious and puissant potentate. And verily, ye see me with child by him, and praise be to Allah, who hath made me a daughter of the kings of the sea, and my husband the mightiest of the kings of the land, and Allah, in very sooth, he hath compensated me for whatso I lost. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 741st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Julnar the sea-born told her brother all her tale, adding, Allah hath not cut me off, but hath compensated me for whatso I lost. Now this king hath no issue, male or female, so I pray the Almighty to vouchsafe me a son who shall inherit of this mighty sovereign that which the Lord hath bestowed upon him of lands and palaces and possessions. Now when her brother and the daughters of her uncle heard this her speech, their eyes were cooled thereby, and they said, O Julner, thou knowest thy value with us, and thou wottest the affection we bear thee, and thou art certified that thou art to us the dearest of all creatures, and thou art assured that we seek but ease for thee, without travail or trouble. Wherefore, an thou be in unease, arise and go with us to our land and our folk, but, an thou be at thine ease here, in honor and happiness, this is our wish and our will, for we desire naught save thy welfare in any case. 311 Quoth she, By Allah, I am here in the utmost ease and solace and honor and grace. When the king heard what she said, he joyed with a heart set at rest and thanked her silently for this. The love of her redoubled on him and entered his heart core, and he knew that she loved him as he loved her, and that she desired to abide with him, that she might see his child by her. Then Julner bade her women lay the tables and set on all sorts of viands, which had been cooked in kitchen under her own eyes, and fruits and sweetmeats, whereof she ate, she and her kinsfolk. But, presently, they said to her, O Julner, thy lord is a stranger to us, and we have entered his house, without his leave or weeting. Thou hast extolled to us his excellence, and eke thou hast set before us of his victual whereof we have eaten, yet have we not companied with him nor seen him, neither hath he seen us nor come to our presence and eaten with us, so there might be between us bread and salt. And they all left eating and were wroth with her, and fire issued from their mouths, as from cressets, which when the king saw, his wits fled for excess of fear of them. But Julner arose and soothed them, and going to the closet where was the king her lord, said to him, O my lord, hast thou seen and heard how I praised thee and extolled thee to my people, and hast thou noted what they said to me of their desire to carry me away with them? Quoth he, I both heard and saw. May the Almighty abundantly requite thee for me. By Allah, I knew not the full measure of thy fondness until this blessed hour, and now I doubt not of thy love to me. Quoth she, O my lord, is the reward of kindness aught but kindness? Verily, thou hast dealt generously with me and hast entreated me with worship, and I have seen that thou lovest me with the utmost love, and thou hast done me all manner of honor and kindness, and preferred me above all thou lovest and desirest. So how should my heart be content to leave thee and depart from thee, and how should I do thus after all thy goodness to me? But now I desire of thy courtesy that thou come and salute my family, so thou mayst see them and they thee, and pure love and friendship may be between you, for know, O King of the age, that my brother and mother and cousins love thee with exceeding love, by reason of my praises of thee to them, and they say we will not depart from thee nor go to our homes till we have foregathered with the king and saluted him. For indeed they desire to see thee and make acquaintance with thee. The king replied, To hear is to obey, for this is my very own wish. So saying, he rose and went into them and saluted them with the goodliest salutation, and they sprang up to him and received him with the utmost worship, after which he sat down in the palace and ate with them, and he entertained them thus for the space of 30 days. Then, being desirous of returning home, they took leave of the king and queen and departed with due permission to their own land, after he had done them all possible honor. A while after this, Julner completed the days of her pregnancy, and the time of her delivery being come, she bore a boy, as he were the moon at its full, whereat the utmost joy betided the king, for that he had never in his life been vouchsafed son or daughter. So they held high festival and decorated the city 7 days, in the extreme of joy and jollity, and on the 7th day came Queen Julner's mother, Farashahite 312 and brother and cousins, when as they knew of her delivery, and Shahrazad perceived the light of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 742nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Julnar was brought to bed and was visited by her people, the king received them with joy at their coming and said to them, I said that I would not give my son a name till you should come and name him of your knowledge. So they named him Badr Basim 313 and all agreed upon this name. Then they showed the child to his uncle Soleh, who took him in his arms and arising began to walk about the chamber with him in all directions right and left. Presently he carried him forth of the palace and going down to the salt sea, fared on with him, till he was hidden from the king's sight. Now when Shahriman saw him take his son and disappear with him in the depth of the sea, he gave the child up for lost and fell to weeping and wailing, but Julnar said to him, O king of the age, fear not, neither grieve for thy son, for I love my child more than thou and he is with my brother, so reck thou not of the sea neither fear for him drowning. Had my brother known that aught of harm would betide the little one, he had not done this deed, and he will presently bring thee thy son safe, Inshallah, and it please the Almighty. Nor was an hour passed before the sea became turbid and troubled, and King Soleh came forth and flew from the sea till he came up to them with the child lying quiet and showing a face like the moon on the night of fullness. Then, looking at the king, he said, Haply thou fearedst harm for thy son, when as I plunged into the sea with him. Replied the father, Yes, O my lord, I did indeed fear for him and thought he would never be saved therefrom. Rejoined Soleh, O king of the land, we penciled his eyes with an eye powder we know of and recited over him the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon David's son, on whom be the peace, for this is what we used to do with children newly born among us, and now thou needst not fear for him drowning or suffocation in all the oceans of the world, if he should go down into them, for, even as ye walk on the land, so walk we in the sea. Then he pulled out of his pocket a casket, graven and sealed and, breaking open the seals, emptied it, whereupon there fell from it strings of all manner jacinths and other jewels, besides 300 bugles of emerald and other 300 hollow gems, as big as ostrich eggs, whose light dimmed that of sun and moon. Quoth Soleh, O king of the age, these jewels and jacinths are a present from me to thee. We never yet brought thee a gift, for that we knew not Julnar's abiding place, neither had we of her any tidings or trace, but now that we see thee to be united with her and we are all become one thing, we have brought thee this present, and every little while we will bring thee the like thereof, Inshallah. For that these jewels and jacinths are more plentiful with us than pebbles on the beach, and we know the good and the bad of them and their whereabouts and the way to them, and they are easy to us. When the king saw the jewels, his wits were bewildered and his sense was astounded, and he said, By Allah, one single gem of these jewels is worth my realm. Then he thanked for his bounty Soleh the Seaborn and, looking towards Queen Julnar, said, I am abashed before thy brother, for that he hath dealt munificently by me and bestowed on me this splendid gift, which the folk of the land were unable to present. So she thanked her brother for his deed, and he said, O king of the age, thou hast the prior claim on us, and it behoves us to thank thee, for thou hast entreated our sister with kindness, and we have entered thy dwelling and eaten of thy victual. And the poet saith 314: Had I wept before she did in my passion for Saada, I had healed my soul before repentance came. But she wept before I did, her tears drew mine, and I said, the merit belongs to the precedent. And, resumed Soleh the pious, if we stood on our faces in thy service, O king of the age, 1,000 years, yet had we not the might to requite thee, and this were but a scantling of thy due. The king thanked him with heartiest thanks, and the mere man and mere women abode with him 40 days' space, at the end of which Soleh arose and kissed the ground before his brother-in-law, who asked, What wantest thou, O Soleh? He answered, O king of the age, indeed thou hast done us overabundant favors, and we crave of thy bounties that thou deal charitably with us and grant us permission to depart, For we yearn after our people and country and kinsfolk and our homes, so will we never forsake thy service nor that of my sister and my nephew, and by Allah, O King of the age, 'tis not pleasant to my heart to part from thee, but how shall we do, seeing that we have been reared in the sea and that the sojourn of the shore liketh us not. When the king heard these words he rose to his feet and farewelled Soleh the sea-born and his mother and his cousins, and all wept together, because of parting, and presently they said to him, Anon we will be with thee again, nor will we forsake thee, but will visit thee every few days. Then they flew off and descending into the sea, disappeared from sight, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 743rd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the relations of Julnar the sea-born farewelled the king and her, weeping together because of parting, then they flew off and descending into the depths disappeared from sight. After this King Shahriman showed the more kindness to Julnar and honoured her with increase of honour, and the little one grew up and flourished, whilst his maternal uncle and grandam and cousins visited the king every few days and abode with him a month or 2 months at a time. The boy ceased not to increase in beauty and loveliness with increase of years, till he attained the age of 15 and was unique in his perfection and symmetry. He learnt writing and Quran reading, history, syntax, and lexicography, archery, spear play, and horsemanship, and what not else behoveth the sons of kings, nor was there one of the children of the folk of the city, men or women, but would talk of the youth's charms, for he was of surpassing beauty and perfection, even such an one as is praised in the saying of the poet 315, the whiskers right upon his cheek, with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, as 'twere with jet upon an apple, line for line. Death harbours in his languid eye and slays with every glance, and in his cheek is drunkenness, and not in any wine. And in that of another upsprings from table of his lovely cheek 316 a growth like broidery. My wonder is, as 'twere a lamp that burns through night hung up beneath the gloom 317 in chains of ambergris. And indeed the king loved him with exceeding love, and summoning his wazir and emirs and the chief officers of state and grandees of his realm, required of them a binding oath that they would make Badr Basim king over them after his sire, and they sware the oath gladly, for the sovereign was liberal to the lieges, pleasant in parley and a very compend of goodness, saying naught but that wherein was advantage for the people. On the morrow Shahriman mounted, with all his troops and emirs and lords, and went forth into the city and returned. When they drew near the palace, the king dismounted, to wait upon his son who abode on horseback, and he and all the emirs and grandees bore the saddle cloth of honour before him, each and every of them bearing it in his turn, till they came to the vestibule of the palace, where the prince alighted and his father and the emirs embraced him and seated him on the throne of kingship, whilst they, including his sire, stood before him. Then Badr Basim judged the people, deposing the unjust and promoting the just, and continued so doing till near upon noon, when he descended from the throne and went in to his mother, Julnar the sea-born, with the crown upon his head, as he were the moon. When she saw him, with the king standing before him, she rose and kissing him, gave him joy of the sultanate and wished him and his sire length of life and victory over their foes. He sat with her and rested till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when he took horse and repaired, with the emirs before him, to the Maiden Plain, where he played at arms with his father and his lords, till nightfall, when he returned to the palace, preceded by all the folk. He rode forth thus every day to the tilting ground, returning to sit and judge the people and do justice between carle and churl, and thus he continued doing a whole year, at the end of which he began to ride out a hunting and a chasing and to go round about in the cities and countries under his rule, proclaiming security and satisfaction and doing after the fashion of kings, and he was unique among the people of his day for glory and valor and just dealing among the subjects. And it chanced that one day the old king fell sick and his fluttering heart forebode him of translation to the mansion of eternity. His sickness grew upon him till he was nigh upon death, when he called his son and commended his mother and subjects to his care and caused all the emirs and grandees once more swear allegiance to the prince and assured himself of them by strongest oaths, after which he lingered a few days and departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah. His son and widow and all the emirs and wazirs and lords mourned over him, and they built him a tomb and buried him therein. They ceased not ceremonially to mourn for him a whole month, till Soleh and his mother and cousins arrived and condoled with their grieving for the king and said, O Julnar, though the king be dead, yet hath he left this noble and peerless youth, and not dead is whoso leaveth the like of him, the rending lion and the shining moon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 744th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Soleh brother of Julnar and her mother and cousins said to her, Albeit the king be dead, yet hath he left behind him as successor this noble and peerless youth, the rending lion and the shining moon. Thereupon the grandees and notables of the empire went in to King Badr Basim and said to him, O king, there is no harm in mourning for the late sovereign, but over mourning beseemeth none save women, wherefore occupy thou not thy heart and our hearts with mourning for thy sire, inasmuch as he hath left thee behind him, and whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Then they comforted him and diverted him and lastly carried him to the bath. When he came out of the hammam, he donned a rich robe, purfled with gold and embroidered with jewels and jacinths, and, setting the royal crown on his head, sat down on his throne of kingship and ordered the affairs of the folk, doing equal justice between strong and weak, and exacting from the prince the dues of the pauper, wherefore the people loved him with exceeding love. Thus he continued doing for a full year, whilst, every now and then, his kinsfolk of the sea visited him, and his life was pleasant and his eye was cooled. Now it came to pass that his uncle Soleh went in one night of the nights to Julnar and saluted her, whereupon she rose and embracing him seated him by her side and asked him, O my brother, how art thou and my mother and my cousins? He answered, O my sister, they are well and glad and in good case, lacking naught save a sight of thy face. Then she set somewhat of food before him and he ate, after which talk ensued between the twain and they spake of King Badr Basim and his beauty and loveliness, his symmetry and skill in cavalarice and cleverness and good breeding. Now Badr was propped upon his elbow hard by them, and, hearing his mother and uncle speak of him, he feigned sleep and listened to their talk. 318 Presently Soleh said to his sister, Thy son is now 17 years old and is unmarried, and I fear lest mishap befall him and he have no son, wherefore it is my desire to marry him to a princess of the princesses of the sea, who shall be a match for him in beauty and loveliness. Quoth Julnar, Name them to me for I know them all. So Soleh proceeded to enumerate them to her, one by one, but to each she said, I like not this one for my son, I will not marry him but to one who is his equal in beauty and loveliness and wit and piety and good breeding and magnanimity and dominion and rank and lineage. 319 Quoth Soleh, I know none other of the daughters of the kings of the sea, for I have numbered to thee more than 100 girls and not one of them pleaseth thee, but see, O my sister, whether thy son be asleep or no. So she felt Badr and finding on him the signs of slumber said to Soleh, He is asleep, what hast thou to say and what is thine object in making sure his sleeping? Replied he, O my sister, know that I have bethought me of a mermaid of the mermaids who befitteth thy son, but I fear to name her, lest he be awake and his heart be taken with her love and maybe we shall be unable to win to her. So should he and we and the grandees of the realm be wearied in vain and trouble betide us through this, for, as saith the poet Love, at first sight, is a spurt of spray 320 but a spreading sea when it gaineth sway. When she heard these words, she cried, tell me the condition of this girl, and her name, for I know all the damsels of the sea, king's daughters, and others, and, if I judge her worthy of him, I will demand her in marriage for him of her father, though I spend on her whatso my hand possesseth. So recount to me all anent her, and fear not, for my son sleepeth. Quoth Soleh, I fear lest he be awake, and the poet saith I loved him, soon as his praise I heard, for ear oft loveth ere I survey. But Julnar said, speak out and be brief and fear not, O my brother. So he said, by Allah, O my sister, none is worthy of thy son save the Princess Jawharara, daughter of King Al-Samandal 321, for that she is like unto him in beauty and loveliness and brilliancy and perfection, nor is there found, in sea or on land, a sweeter or pleasanter of gifts than she, for she is prime in comeliness and seemlihead of face and symmetrical shape of perfect grace, her cheek is ruddy dyed, her brow flower white, her teeth gem bright, her eyes blackest black and whitest white. Her hips of heavy weight, her waist slight and her favour exquisite. When she turneth she shammeth the wild cattle 322 and the gazelles, and when she walketh, she breedeth envy in the willow branch, when she unveileth her face outshineth sun and moon, and all who look upon her she enslaveth soon, sweet-lipped and soft-sided indeed is she. Now when Julnar heard what Soleh said, she replied, thou sayest sooth, O my brother. By Allah, I have seen her many and many a time, and she was my companion, when we were little ones, but now we have no knowledge of each other, for constraint of distance, nor have I set eyes on her for 18 years. By Allah, none is worthy of my son but she. Now Badr heard all they said and mastered what had passed, first and last, of these praises bestowed on Jawharara daughter of King Al-Samandal, so he fell in love with her on hearsay, pretending sleep the while, wherefore fire was kindled in his heart on her account full sore, and he was drowned in a sea without bottom or shore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 745th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Badr Basim heard the words of his uncle Soleh and his mother Julnar, praising the daughter of King Al-Samandal, a flame of fire burnt in his heart full sore, and he was drowned in a sea which hath nor bottom nor shore. Then Soleh, looking at his sister, exclaimed, by Allah, O my sister, there is no greater fool among the kings of the sea than her father, nor one more violent of temper than he. So name thou not the girl to thy son, till we demand her in marriage of her father. If he favor us with his assent, we will praise Allah Almighty, and if he refuse us and will not give her to thy son to wife, we will say no more about it and seek another match. Answered Julnar, right is thy rede, and they parleyed no more, but Badr passed the night with a heart on fire with passion for Princess Jawharara. However he concealed his case and spake not of her to his mother or his uncle, albeit he was on coals of fire for love of her. Now when it was morning, the king and his uncle went to the hammam bath and washed, after which they came forth and drank wine, and the servants set food before them, whereof they and Julnar ate their sufficiency, and washed their hands. Then Soleh rose and said to his nephew and sister, with your leave, I would fain go to my mother and my folk, for I have been with you some days and their hearts are troubled with awaiting me. But Badr Basim said to him, tarry with us this day, and he consented. Then quoth the king, come, O my uncle, let us go forth to the garden. So they sallied forth and promenaded about the pastures and took their solace a while, after which King Badr lay down under a shady tree, thinking to rest and sleep, but he remembered his uncle's description of the maiden and her beauty and loveliness, and shed railing tears, reciting these two couplets 323: were it said to me while the flame is burning within me, and the fire blazing in my heart and bowels, wouldst thou rather that thou shouldest behold them or a draught of pure water, I would answer, them. Then he sighed and wept and lamented, reciting these verses also: Who shall save me from love of a lovely gazelle, brighter browed than the sunshine, my Bonnibel? My heart, erst free from her love, now burns with fire for the maid of Al-Samandal. When Sulah heard what his nephew said, he smote hand upon hand and said, There is no God but the God. Mohammed is the apostle of God, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great, adding, O my son, heardest thou what passed between me and thy mother respecting Princess Jawharah? Replied Badr Basim, Yes, O my uncle, and I fell in love with her by hearsay through what I heard you say. Indeed, my heart cleaveth to her and I cannot live without her. Rejoined his uncle, O king, let us return to thy mother and tell her how the case standeth, and crave her leave that I may take thee with me and seek the princess in marriage of her sire, after which we will farewell her and I and thou will return. Indeed, I fear to take thee and go without her leave, lest she be wroth with me, and verily the right would be on her side, for I should be the cause of her separation from us. Moreover, the city would be left without king and there would be none to govern the citizens and look to their affairs, so should the realm be disordered against thee and the kingship depart from thy hands. But Badr Basim, hearing these words, cried, O my uncle, if I return to my mother and consult her on such matter, she will not suffer me to do this, wherefore I will not return to my mother nor consult her. And he wept before him and presently added, I will go with thee and tell her not, and after will return. When Sulah heard what his nephew said, he was confused anent his case and said, I crave help of the Almighty in any event. Then, seeing that Badr Basim was resolved to go with him, whether his mother would let him or no, he drew from his finger a seal ring, whereon were graven certain of the names of Allah the Most High, and gave it to him, saying, Put this on thy finger, and thou shalt be safe from drouther perils and